Alright, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I'm your host, Effers, and we are rocking this situation, I guess. Artfight continues apace. Took a nice weekend off. I'm somewhat alive, and it's time to kick things off. We got a hell of a stream here tonight. Gonna go ahead and kick up that music if yeah? Yeah, okay. Not that one, anything. Well, you did this one at 2. Sure, we'll go with this. But yeah, new week, new assignment. Or pairs of assignment, maybe? We'll see how fast I go. I'm not exactly built for speed. But I saw an opportunity. Tantalized by this opportunity and what it might mean, what it might represent. I decided to go for it, y'all. I decided to go for it. Will it work? Ooh, baby, I don't know about that. I don't know about all that. But it might. It might work. And, yeah. What better than that? So, let me introduce y'all. Let's get the mise en scène here. This is a bit of an attack of opportunity here. I saw an opportunity, and I just had to take it. I'm sure you can all relate. I'm sure we've all been there before. I'm moving my OBS around. I'm being a wacko. But we are not worried too much about that. Anyways, here's a spider. This is Spider's main OC, Rendon here. I can hop to the character screen real quick. Characters, yes, view all characters. Here's some characters. So yeah, Rendon, it's character filter body horror, human. I'm not feeling it, but if you know Minecraft, which maybe you don't, you might be familiar with these goggles and these robes. If you know modded Minecraft, then you know what a Thaumonomicon is. And you know how often I see in the wild, like, characters from Thaumcraft, from Minecraft mods, like OCs for Thaumcraft? Never. Never is when. I've never seen that, and I'll never see that again. This is my one. I got one shot, one opportunity to share in my obsession with a Minecraft mod that I haven't played in 10 years with someone else. Well, 2016 wasn't 10 years ago. No, it wasn't. 2019, I mean. 2016 was exactly 10 years ago. In point of fact. So we got 2 characters here. Here's Lux, 3 foot 4 inches, she, her. We got a lot of details here that we can work with. A lot going on here that I think we can take advantage of. Lots of details, front and back, side to side. We've got some concepts that we can work off of. Some things are a little bit left, to chance, a little bit left unsaid, but we can make it work. We got interesting proportions. Arms that go down to about the knees, more or less. So, 3 for 4, eye care, isn't that enough? Wax Golem, 1.5 years old. 1 of 2 golems constructed by Rendon for the purpose of keeping him company and seeing to his general needs. She speaks through her eye sockets, doesn't have a mouth, can't feel pain, and responds to Rendon's commands first and foremost. Built to be Knox's complete opposite, she's far more dexterous and agile than her counterpart, but falls short in bulk and raw strength. This means that she is probably a wax golem that actually existed in someone's Minecraft world, spiders, to be specific, and sorted wheat and stuff in a box. At least this is what I used my fine manipulator golems for. Her hands can be replaced with other attachments, a few of which are shown in her ref. Made from a mixture of magic-reinforced tallow and beeswax, so she floats in water. Keep away from sources of high heat. Tallow golems will in fact melt and take extreme damage from fire. This is true. This is true to the characterization. Speaking of Lux, here's Knox, whom, as you can tell, is a different character, but not by much. Body-wise, 3 foot 4 inches, so same height, same body plan, different details and specifications, and this is where the opportunity kicks in. You know what I'm saying? We got the same wax seal, we got different body parts all over. I smell an opportunity here. The most complicated part's going to be the hand. No one ever built a house on just the intention to live in it. Knox is 1 of 2 golems constructed by Rendon with the purpose of keeping him company and seeing to his general needs. He speaks through his eye sockets, doesn't have a mouth, can't feel pain, and responds to Renan's commands first and foremost. Built to be Lux's complete opposite. He is much stronger and more durable than his counterpart, but wasn't designed with speed nor gentle touch in mind. He cannot sort a box. His hands can be replaced with other attachments, a few of which are shown in his ref, but unlike Lux, his blades are equipped beneath any other attachment he may have on it at all times. He can extend them from his arm sockets at will, forcing any other active attachments off when he does so. Being made of stone, he sinks like a rock in water. Good thing he can't drown. Also true to Thaumcraft mechanics. To suffice it to say, I am very enthused. Well, I actually don't remember if Thaumcraft's golems can't drown. I think they can. I think they can. It's been a minute. It's been too long. It's been too long. I gotta go make a mod pack at some point. I gotta do that. But yeah. So yeah, we got a few people here. We got it going on. We got it going on. Let's see. OBS, are you picking up the slack? Kind of. Blender always takes a while to pop up. Last night I went through a complicated summoning ritual to try and improve speed and performance on my computer. Suffice it to say, it hasn't fixed everything. We don't know how much it has fixed. Anyways, so yeah, we've got a situation here where we've got a very powerful shared body type here, and a lot of solid parts. And I'm like, yeah, I can make this work. I think I can make this work. I'm interested to try and find out. It'll be very interesting to see. Naturally, a lot to do. First things first, let's save these references, which I should have responsibly done before the stream, but I was told 3 or 4 different ways about what to start with. I saw this group and I thought, this has some relevance to some things that I want to do that are more ambitious later on. So let's start here. Lux and Knox. Yeah, we'll start here and we'll see where it goes. I do love me some cute Thaumcraft golems. I genuinely think it's a little inspired to make Thaumcraft golem OCs. Maybe this is just a me thing, but I really do feel that way, and so yeah, I'm gonna, oh baby, I'm excited. I have some ideas about what kind of set and setting I want to do. Obviously, I don't know the full details of the lore system here, as it were. I know Thaumcraft lore, but I don't know about Spider's specific Thaumcraft lore, so we're gonna... No, I'm not gonna render nothing, thank you. Toggle window full screen, and let's get some credits going for the music. All of it has been corp. Still. Right. Blender... Why? Why do we have 2? I don't know. Whatever, it's fine. Apologies to Corp for taking so long to pull up the music credit, but I'm sure it'll be fine. We're only 10 minutes in. Anyways, let's drag those refs in, first and foremost. Do we want that? Yeah, probably. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. Alright. Step number 2. Let's bring those bad boys in. Yoop. Yeah, there we go. And yoop. Awesome, they fit right. In fact, they fit in too well, because one of them overwrote the other. That's cool. Didn't know that could happen. I'm genuinely a little thrilled by that. Okay, so, yeah. Whatever. 2.5 seems to about hit it. Yeah, sure. So this will be interesting. Where are they? Where are they? What? What do you mean? Where are you? Why were you only visible in one dimension? What? I've never seen this before. Truly, I'm amazed. Wow. What? Okay, and are you... Okay, you are presumably only locked to one axis. Is that what I can presume? Anyways, we got a few things to do. 344 inches, 2 meters. It's gonna be like 1 meter something. 1.02 meters. Okay, cool. That'll be more than fine. 1.02 meter sized cube will be our shape reference. And I guess I'm just gonna have to improv. Why are you not showing up? You are right there. Thank you. Whatever. We're going fine now. Everything's good. The only thing that's not good is these references don't want to show up, but that's okay. I would love to know why. Show in perspective, please. Yeah, there you go. Show in perspective, please. Alright. So as you can see, we've got an opportunity here. And I'm going to took it. I'm going to took it. Don't ask me what that means. We're going to start with a cube. This is Minecraft, so it makes sense. I'm going to say, who do we start with, Lux or Knox? Doesn't matter too much. But yeah. Let's see. Let's name these, otherwise I'm going to have a bad time. Lux ref. Knox ref. Okay, I don't know why we have just scene collection and collection, right? That's a very weird, exterior thing, but whatever, we'll make a new collection. New collection, no, I guess that's fine. Okay. Yeah, we'll make one for Lux, one for Knox. Okay. We'll see what we can get going. Anyways, this cube's the wrong size because I got a little ADHD to there. Cube. 1.02 meters, please. Cool. Honestly, this is perfect, actually. This is fine. This is the exact size we want everything to be. It'll be perfect. Alright. Well, then we'll get to it. It's cool that there's backface culling. You could... If you were more talented than me, you could have set this up ahead of time to just be proper and good. Probably should have done that myself, but you know. Why think about things when you can just do whatever you want? Do whatever you want. It'll be fine in the end, maybe, probably, I think. Anyways. Let's see what we can do. Okay. Oh yeah, and then we wanna... We want to set this up properly, since the cube is the appropriate height. Best way to do that is to set cursor to selected on this here face. Go to the object mode, set origin to 3D cursor. Then we'll, we'll just bump this up to 0 meters, and before you know it, we've got a perfectly sized height ref. Okay. Now, that's already pretty well and good. Definitely feel like we could have probably... Okay. We'll just resize that down to be like a perfect little stick right there. Okay, that's good. Okay, now we just gotta grab... hide the Knox ref, which is not even hidden. Grab the Lux ref. Okay. That's good. Why can we do that? What does that do? That does nothing we want to have done. I want to be a little bit more selective about it. There's no edit mode since it's an empty, so that'll be fun. Fun for the whole family. Yeah. but we can still do things, you know? Okay. Let's see. Origin of 3D cursor. This is... No. Set origin is not supported for image objects. That's fascinating. Well, whatever. Okay. It'd be cool if we could... We can. Perfect. Okay, well, there's one way to deal with this. Object mode, please. Okay, extrude along the x-axis if you would. Would you kindly? Alright. Well, listen, say what you will, you cannot argue with that. You absolutely positively cannot argue with that. No. No, you can't. Majestic. Majesco. Real Majesco hours. Okay. So next thing to do is just get the Knox ref out. Ready it. And we'll see how we can do production at scale, shall we say. Okay. No, I mean, while we're taking all this effort to be fiddly... Okay. Hi, Vino. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Yeah, that'll give it some dimension for us to work with. We're not even going to worry about the camera for the next day. I'm going to take a break from the goddamn camera. I'll tell you that for free. Perfect. Okay. So now, we can just copy all of these things over to the Knox ref. Oh yeah, believe it or not, Thaumcraft reference detected today, so I had to take the opportunity, and I had to do it. I had to do it, you know? Okay. There's only one way. Perfect. Alright. So we got that taken care of. Oh yeah. Now the interesting part. Let's try and center this whole situation so that it's centered on the x-axis. Oh, whatever. It should be easy work. It should be light work since we've got a roughly bisecting pillar. Oh, right. We're gonna have to hide one of you. Okay. That is precise. That is goddamn precision. Okay. I mean, geez. Gonna be hard to beat that. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, well, we no longer need this as such. We have all the substance we require, roughly speaking. Hopefully that's the world origin, yeah, just about. Frankly, we're being a little bit too precious here, but it's fine. Okay. Well, okay. Everything is properly calibrated to actually get to modeling. And I think that the body shapes are going to be similar enough. This one's going to be maybe even straightforward, dare I say it. I don't know. I mean, I say that and immediately I see some difficulties. Especially with Lux here. She's going to be the challenge one for for the real details. But to say nothing of the fact that, you know, we've got a few difficulties here. There's clearly an inset here, and from this we can extrapolate that down to here there should be insets as well. So that is going to be interesting. This front and back only shows the feet dead on, but it looks like they've got a bit of a spade situation, if I had to guess. Like a cylindrical situation, but not. Yeah. I mean, it could be the case that those are some kind of taper towards a... Yeah, that's an interesting one. So, suffice it to say, we'll do that last. And let's see. Yeah, we can extrapolate a little bit of overlap there, so it's not nothing too crazy. Yeah, let's see how it goes. Okay. Oh yeah. Let's go to X-ray mode for this one. Lux cube. This is going to be your torso. Okay. Just about. Oh, right. Yeah, we're going to go back to medium point, please. Perfect. Nope. Not quite perfect, no. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay. Okay. Oh my lord. Alright. Haha. How about that? Okay. That's about right. I mean, looking a little bit too thick there, but we'll see. In general, we have a beveled body, but not tremendously beveled. It'll be interesting to try and figure that out. We'll see how that goes. I'm feeling that. Okay. Now, we gotta do some subtle micro adjustments here. Nothing too crazy. Okay. Now, OS... Okay, cool. Okay, just about there. Okay. Yeah. About as good as I'm gonna get it, I think. Okay. Well, here's the interesting thing. We're gonna need a socketed section here. Yep, just about socketed it around. We can at least use this as a reference for where that socket is, and extrapolate out from there for Knox. It's going to be interesting, to say the least. Okay. have to actually weight paint from some fingers, I think. Find out about that. Anyways, let's start with what we need to do. Oh my god, I'm gonna be hitting that 0 button all evening, aren't I? Ah, right. We're still in... Right. Okay, can I... Nope. No, they won't let me. Ah, right, of course. I forgot. This is no longer a quad. It's some kind of ridiculous end-gon, so, also... whatever. It'll be fine. Okay. Right. We need a... Okay. Yep, that's just at about the right spot. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's perfect. Good enough. Okay. Let's see. We're gonna have to delete faces only, yes? Yeah, just about. Only faces, yes. Okay. Now here's an interesting thing. Will the join key work if it's like this? No. No, it needs to be differently. Okay. Okay. That's looking quite close to good. Well... Hold on a second. Let's try and get a little bit more sophisticated with it. Yes? Okay, inset please, or rather extrude, yes. Cool. Okay. Okay, cool. Now we'll just loop tools if you would. Relax. Yeah, no, that ain't quite what I wanted. Shows a weakness. There. That'll do it. Is this kind of necessary? Not really. Right. Right. So we need the pivot point to be the active for this one. There. That'll do it. Let's see, we can, yep. And, yep. Okay. Alright. Now, when we loop tool space, it ought to be not a disaster. I mean, you know. Back to median element again. Median point, rather. Okay. Okay. We'll see if we can grid fill this. I don't know if we can. Grid fill work on this? Nah, you need a closed edge loop. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Shrug emoji. Let's just, no. Okay, fine. If you insist. Okay. Edge. Subdivide. What are we looking at here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so 9 here. So 18, right? We'll start with 18 cuts. We'll see about that. Oh, I've got my doubts. Oh, I got some real doubts on this one. We'll see, alright. We'll goddamn well see. It's like 2 edge loops or single closed. That is as closed of an edge loop as you're gonna find, my friend. I think you'll find that that is a closed as hell edge loop. Okay, but how many faces does it have? That's gonna be the real determining factor, isn't it? Okay, we got 37 verts, and I got the dud. Okay, well, what about another one of these? Sure, that'll do something. Okay. Obviously, a power of 2. Wow, but oh. What? My brother in Christ, what are you doing? What do you mean? What could you even mean by that? Whatever. Yeah, sure, this is fine. Okay. You would think that this would be a fairly simple operation here. But, no, Blender's doing whatever it wants. Oh, okay, no, never mind. It was just being cheeky, you know, it was just having a day. What do you mean by that? What does any of that mean, huh? I don't know what kind of artisanal crack Blender's smoking tonight, but this is special. Yeah, this is that kind of crack. They stopped letting you sell this kind of crack out in the streets. It was considered verboten. Nothing good came of that. Okay, whatever. We can fix this. If grid fill won't cooperate, there is a simple alternative that we can utilize here. What in God's name is this tiny thing? Look at that bad boy. No. Delete faces, please. We're just gonna make it work. Watch. Just you watch. If I can't make a grid that's good, if I can't have Blender make a grid that's good, I'll just make the grid that's good. Virtually selected. Plane, please. Okay, now, if you would, humor me. Just, yeah. Okay. 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 The sphere, you better believe. So we probably don't want that. That's okay though. Okay, now when we select the linked, it'll be not weird. Isn't that right, Blender? You'll be not weird, remember? Not you. In what goddamn universe is that how you move to a sphere? You are truly just... Yeah. Yeah, you just playing with me tonight, huh, Blender? Huh, Blendy? You playing. Blendy is straight playing. Okay. Well... Okay, well... This is a little bit more pathetic flailing than I had envisioned for tonight, but you know. Despite that, I do feel like my strategy here does merit certain considerations. Okay. Yep. It's supposed to be a pathetic flailing free night, but you know, you get what you get. Okay. I mean, if you don't want to symmetrize, I can oblige. It'll be fine. Oh, this is real impressionist. I tell you what. You might also say, Deference, you should just symmetrize this. You should just mirror it. To which I'll reply, yeah, I probably should. I hadn't considered that because I thought this would be pretty straightforward until I actually looked at the geometry and realized that I wanted to make this quads. You know how it is. You start off thinking everything's going to be easy, and then it's not easy. But it's only going to be not easy for a little bit. So I hope, anyways. Okay. Alright. Well, we'll see about this. 2, 3... Okay. That ought to about do it, yeah. So I could make her very bendy if I wanted to at this point. Which is really funny, because this is like the one part of her that just doesn't have any of these droopy accoutrements. And you know these are supposed to be non-deterministic. They're not supposed to be fully symmetric. You can tell that there's some... It's the best kind, where there's some kind of minor symmetry, but it's clearly not supposed to be total. So that'll be cool. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be cool. Anyways. Merge it last, please. We're just gonna stitch this bad boy together. It'll be nice and problem-free. Okay. It's gonna be really funny if I didn't count. God damn, I didn't count, did I? Merge at center, yeah. Theme of didn't count right. Okay. Okay. This should be fine, I think. Check. Perspective drawing just to be sure. Yeah, sure, that's about fine, or it will be soon enough. Okay, so now we just need to make that, you know, roughly speaking, not terrible. Not terrible. Not bad. Not bad, I don't think. Okay. Now we just, you know, do the whole thing over again, but that's fine. Because now we will just be able to, you know, grid fill all the way up, and then that'll be nice and easy. And we'll have reasonably maintained content here. Now look at that. Nice and orderly and ordinary. Okay, active element. Sure, it'll be fine. It'll be fine, probably. Is this the most efficient way to accomplish this goal? No, but goddamn, is it a little satisfying to me. This is fine, huh? Sometimes you just want to make the topology look nice and pretty. If only for yourself, you know? Especially since she's gonna be beveled. We need a nice, big piece of space to get her bevels nice and, well spaced. You know what I'm saying. And then Knox, we will just not have to do any of this. Knox is Engon City. Like, it's really funny. What the goddamn hell am I listening to? I don't know. Sure, this will be fine, I'm sure. I'm probably gonna get to somewhere very close to somewhere I've already been with this. In fact, can we just, you know, what'll happen if I do this? Doesn't look like it changes much. Okay. Not ideal, but, you know. And we'll have a nice bevel there as well. That's fine. Okay. So, yeah. What I've decided we're gonna do, a bit of a detour here. Just delete this outright. Delete faces, and this whole goddamn thing can disappear. Okay. No. Why is that bowed in? No, that's not gonna work. What in the goddamn hell? Alright. Cool. Okay. Now... What in the goddamn hell? Okay. I am fascinated by how any of this happened. Yeah, this a mystery. This a mystery for the goddamn ages, but whatever. Not gonna let it stop me. Hopefully this will be the hardest part of Dear Lux here. We'll find out. Okay, well we can just delete probably most of this at this point. In conclusion, folks, this was probably not the most efficient way to solve any of these problems. Hi, Salmiakki. Welcome to the stream. I see you've been enjoying the music. Okay. Okay. I hope that you have all behaved yourselves in there. Okay. Show me the normals. Let's save ourselves a problem. Oh, okay, wait a minute, what happened? Reveal, where'd everything go? Why am I in hell? What happened? There everything went. Alright. Okay. Normals, please. That's what I was afraid of. Okay. Okay. Face, select. Select, linked, link flat faces. Somebody says, just left a comment on your Margaret attack. Thank you again. I will have my revenge soon. Take whatever time you need. There's plenty of it. And you work fast. Still, I'm glad you liked it. Alright, well. If we really wanted to, we could also subdivide her torso, but it doesn't look like we're going to need to just yet. Alright. So anyways, now we got the easy part done. Somewhat. Yeah, this ought to be just fine, I think. Yeah, okay, I think we've reached the point where we actually need to use mirror strats, so let's do it. God help me, we're using mirror strats. Okay, cool. That'll be fine. Should be fine. What does F2 plugin in Blender do again? Because I have it. F2 Blender. Okay. Sure. It is now offered as is with limited support. Maybe F2 is being a little weird, but I remember that it does something. Oh, it's sensitive to mouse position. Does that matter here? It's really not wanting to just make a quad for me, which is what I would love it to do. I mean, if you insist, we'll do this the hard way. No skin off my nose. EX, please. Sure. Turns out you could do that all along. And you're properly welded and everything. Why do you trouble me so? Look at that. It just Todd, it just works. Yeah, look. Todded it up. Everything's looking good. Okay. No, yeah, it's fine. We're all fine here, folks. Okay. Yeah, no, it's good. Don't know what the hullabaloo was about. But we had to have a hullabaloo, I suppose. Anyways. Whatever, we're good. We're good now. That's about right. Okay, cool. Very good. Okay. So the interesting thing is the direction the bevel will travel will be affected by this. Also, why in the goddamn hell? Okay, whatever. Need this. Any details about the neck? Cylindrical. Cylindrical neck. Okay, fine. We can work that. Okay. That's about right. We're looking at like 251 faces here. It would be a bit much for PS1 game, or a PS2 game, let's put it like that, but well within spec for, say, an Xbox 360 title. Got good geometry for a bevel eventually. Right, we could probably control M. No. Symmetrize. Fuck. Alright, whatever. We can just do it the other way. That's fine too. Check it out. Okay. Cursor selected. Alright. Cursor. There you go. Alright. You know what you have to do. Okay, weld. Okay, fine. Merge by distance if you insist. Ah, right. Okay. Merge by distance, there you go. Alright. Really? Really, you don't want to figure this one out for yourself, huh? No, that's fine. That's fine. There, done. Okay. It's not as efficient as I would have liked it. None of this process has been at this point. But, whatever. Yeah, just grab all this. Yep. Flip normals. And there you go. A mesh as normal as you'll ever see. As normal as you'll ever see, I say. Probably, I hope. Okay, viewport overlays are a little, you know, a little weird. You showed me. Right. Everything seems good. Okay, whatever. Can I trust you to grid fill normal? Will you grid fill normal, or will you do something that will make me sad? Will you make me cry? I don't know. Only one way to find out. Okay, done. That was way too long for what was otherwise a simple shape. There were probably about 10 trillion easier ways to construct the shape in the end, but hey. We're here. We made it here, eventually. It only took a while. Are these supposed to be like pins that go through? Holes? That represent... No, it wouldn't be holes, I don't think. Holes make the least logical sense to me, right? Because this is one place where being able to reference Knox is great. Yeah, Knox also has these, and these wouldn't make sense as pins. So I don't think they are pins, in fact. I do not, in fact, think they're pins. So that's good. Alright, well. Is that about the right thickness? I suppose we'll find out. Bit slender, given, yeah. She is 3 foot, so stocky. Stocky is the vibe. And she's from Minecraft, so blocky is the vibe as well. Okay. Too much? There, that'll do. Probably. We'll find out soon enough, after all. She is meant to be, you know... So I guess this blocky's the right move when Minecraft is the vibe. Yeah, but it's like Minecraft, but not Minecraft. Minecraft isn't Minecraft, you know what I'm saying? Like... Ooh, this is an interesting bit. What are we gonna do for the skull situation? Well, we do have a head to go off of. That's not gonna help us very much. And we only have so many angles to work with. I can improvise. I'll have to improvise one way or another, I'm not just certain. Yeah. Oh well. I've heard that I'm good at improvisation. It'll be good to test. Speaking of improv... I mean, one good thing about Lux in specific is that she's wax. And it'll be interesting... Here we go again. Is that Chavo del Ocho? You know it is. Yeah, you knew it was. Why did you even ask? Every time I hear it, it's like a I couldn't even tell you what it does to me. You. Interesting that. Yeah, so it does kind of droop, which is interesting. Capturing that droop was going to be one of the more entertaining challenges here, I think. Oh, yeah. We're still on that, huh? Okay. Okay. Oh, we'll find out soon enough, won't we? Yeah, just about right. The real interesting challenge is going to be the wax. How are we going to get that going? That'll be where the real fun kicks in. Not before then. Interesting. Space. Yeah, we're gonna have to separate and mirror this one, I think. Just about there, that'll be fine. We do want a nice crease. This ought to be about right. The main thing is that we want these bevels to about line up, which is where some of the problems are going to come in. We're going to want, yeah. I want the 2x bevel, and that ought to do it. Just about. If I'm not mistaken, and my spatial reasoning hasn't utterly failed me yet, that ought to do it. I'll just about do it, I think. I hope we might have to do some edge cuts here, which would suck after this, but, you know, we'll find out. Worst case scenario, we save the selection. That's about right. Now we just gotta get the angle about right, too. Yeah. Alright. Ah, god damn it. I hadn't filled my selection yet. Okay. Yeah, that'll help. Okay, too much. Just about right. Okay. I'm gonna say that that ought to work. Why did you do that? Why was that necessary? What do you mean? There was no need for this violence. Huh? Okay, Blender, you're... Buddy, what do you mean? There was no need for this. Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, whatever. I have genuinely no idea why Blender did this to me. I say it a lot, but there was no need for that. Very weird, whatever. Should work just fine, though. Alright. think the do is an underrated MIDI instrument. Genuinely powerful healing instrument. Perfect Freeze says, "Hi, what are you making?" Somebody made an OC for Minecraft, or modded Minecraft specifically, Thaumcraft. 2 OCs, actually 3 OCs, but I'm not making the third one because the third one is a human. Not really in the spot for that right now. But yeah, a golem made of wax is the one up right now. Then in the background we got a golem made of rocks. The golem made of rocks one should, in theory, be a little bit easier on the everything. But we'll find out. Oh, we'll find out. It's been damn. Today's MIDI listening experience has just been meme after meme after meme, huh? God damn, what the hell am I listening to? That's actually kind of a Better Among Us remix. So far, so moderate. Everything in moderation. If we hit a subsurf, how are we doing? Doing okay so far. Not terrible. That's good. That'll be good to know. Okay, separate selection. I guess technically this is a shoulder. Yeah, it's the left arm. Why would this be the torso? What do you mean by this? Okay. Generate subsurf. No, it holds its shape. That's good. We did pretty good then. We're gonna need subsurfs on all these. Subsurfs? Is that how I'm saying it? I guess it is. I guess it is how I'm saying it. So these are fairly cylindrical arms to me. I guess you could make the case that they're like squared off. Yeah, you could make the case that they're beveled prisms with an L. Just heavily beveled. Yeah, sure. Make any kind of case you want. We can say any goddamn thing here. Solidify, yep. Even thickness, please. And what definition, in what universe is that even thickness, huh? Okay, I guess in retrospect I should have considered the ramifications of what I was doing a little bit more and realized that I needed to have it be a positive offset, and proceeded from there. Okay. And how's that? Just about right. Okay. Perfect. Back out of X-ray mode. Yeah, sure. We're looking all good there. So he says, sorry, missed that one. Oh, no worries. You missed one. Try another. There's gonna be another. We both know there's gonna be another, so no problems there. Okay. Get out of edit mode real quick. Apply all. Yeah. So I guess I had one stream where I got 2 in a row in the span of less than a minute. Yeah, Twitch is really doing great protecting us from these spam bots. They're kicking ass. They know exactly what they're doing. Their product, their platform, they own it. They love it. They better never let it go. They only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. Okay. Well, that should be fine. Then we can just add a deform modifier, a bevel modifier, right? Bevel, please. Bevel, bevel, bevel. Where is it? There you are. I don't know why that took so long. Just about what I want. We have 2 segments, please. Bevel with 2 segments, please. Then we're definitely going to want the subsurf to go over that. Not under that, thank you. Like that. There you go. Yeah, that ought to be fine. Just fine, yes. Just fine, indeed. Okay. Yeah, that'll do. Accepting the fact that it's a little thin now. It's a little pancakey. Put that aside. Add a modifier, generate, subsurf. Yeah, we're looking good, I think. think we're looking good. Well, we'll see how this ends up going. Add modifier. Generate. It'll be mirror. Yeah, around this object. No, that's not. What do you mean? What? Jesus Christ. Okay. Tors. Okay. Tors. Oh. Whatever, it's fine. Everything's fine. We're not gonna let that bother us too much. The real question is that if this is thick enough, which, you know, okay. That ought to do it. I mean, there are angles in which it won't do it, but we ought to be fine. Hey, look at that. Alt S. Are we getting clipping? Barely. This Y. Right. It's gonna be... needs to be around the medium points, yes. Okay. Yeah, that'll be just fine, I think. It's nice and thickened up. It's just about the right angle. We'll see if it works. We'll see if it works. And we've got 4,600 faces somehow from this. Jesus H. Whatever. It'll be cool, I hope. Okay, anyways, let's go back to this. We'll see just how goddamn cool it's gonna be. Cursor to selected. Yes, yes. Okay. Plane, please. No, why are you in Knox? What do you mean? We'll just make any goddamn thing up these days. That ought to be enough. One cut. Yeah. Now please, to Sphere, don't do anything wacky. To Sphere proceeds to do something goddamn wacky. Okay. Perfect. Don't know why you needed to be so weird to Sphere, but, you know. More power to you, buddy. More power to you. Okay, medium point, please. Okay. No, for the love of God. Alright. Nice and near perfectly circular. But not quite perfectly circular. Okay. Yeah, that was fine. Alright. The real question is, how do we indent the ladder onto the former? That'll be the real cute part. That'll be where we get cute with it. Because everything else kind of proceeds. Like, we can just inset. Okay, cool. There. That's good. And once you get into talking about making this into a little grid that you can, you know, follow around, very different conversation, right? Well, never mind. Okay. If we just add modifier, generate, subsurf. Oh, you know we're surfing that sub now. Subdivision surfers. Yeah. We apply all, right? Oh, thank you. This circle is all kinds of wacky, right? All kinds of wacky, but however wacky it might appear at first glance, we can probably do things with it. Mind you, of course, I still did beef it, thinking about it, but, you know. It's a sphere. It's a sphere. Everything so far is so good. Good. And the beautiful thing about this is what we call adaptive reuse, right? Because this is the same goddamn sigil Knox had. We're gonna be good on that. We're gonna be sitting pretty. The real question is, can we keep an even thickness going? That remains to be seen. It'll be interesting to see if... no. No, not quite. But you know, mark you me, I do think you just knife tool it and be good. We will certainly see, won't we? Yeah, if you please, if you blocks. So I guess Phlox needs more use again. I think it's a Roblox thing, but I don't know for sure. I've always thought that it was a Roblox thing. That's certainly where I picked it up. Back when I was, what, 14 years old? Yeah, 14 years old, just about. Trying not to think about that too much. So I think it's just general internet. I mean, you might be right. Okay, so we've got these nice little 5-gons that we need to make disappear. Which is as easy as doing this, I think. Well... yeah, I was very with it and together and self-confident, and now I'm looking at the results of my actions, and I'm like, do I have any goddamn idea what I'm doing exactly? And suddenly I'm not so sure. Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Did I get the circle right? I did not. God damn. It's a sphere. Alright. Here's the delightful and altogether harmless 5-gun that will definitely not cause any goddamn problems. You hear me? None problems. Zero. Zilch. Nada. I'm just being hard-headed about this, but I am also kind of curious as to what kind of what exact manner of abomination am I going to produce by this. That I don't know. I don't know why you were weird about that, but whatever. I'll accept it. Okay. So at least in theory, right? And this is a very shaky theory, but we'll see. If everything that I did was correct, which, you know, lol, we should have something here. Okay. Assign, then add modifier, generate, solidify, right? Sure. iLogo. Okay, but I want the opposite of whatever it is you're doing, because this is nonsense. For a number of reasons. Let's see if we can... Yeah. Oh, Jesus Lord. Okay, but... Okay. Oh. Okay. 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 At least now, in theory, this skin modifier should do things that we want it to do. Maybe. Okay. Okay. I mean, sure enough, we made it. Was it worth it? Oh, I don't know about that. Oh, I sure don't know about that. We made it, yes. Was it worth it? Oh, you know. Okay. 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 Okay, well, let's see about this. Uh-huh. Okay. Well, it's not perfect, you know, but yeah. Seen worse in my day. Seen worse in my day for sure. So I guess this looks very nice to me. Well, I'm glad you think so. Hope it looks good in general, on general appraisal. Well, I think it shall. Ah, right. There was another stroke of actual foresight on my part. Let's see about this. What the goddamn helmet are you looking at? Nothing good. But as usual, the offset is in the opposite goddamn direction to what I want. Actually, never mind. It just doesn't chooch. Okay. Well, that's good. Okay, well, we're gonna need it different. Curved to tube? I don't remember that. Build, boolean, bevel, remesh, scatter on surface, screw, skin. Huh, maybe extrude? Yeah, sure. Maybe something like this. Direction normal, yes? Okay, it's just not doing it. Oh, because we're in edit mode. That'll be why. I think. Right. Well. Perhaps not. Perhaps not. Genuinely thought displace would have been a fairly normal one to use here, but nope. Okay, no, that's fine. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. Check it out. We'll just apply all. Right? And then we'll just, yeah. That's what we call an absolute disaster, but it's fine. That's just the normals being whack. We'll hide the normals real quick. Don't need to worry about the bevel too much just yet. Oh yeah, we should probably, hide everything but this. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay. Now we can just remove all these bad boys. Don't need them. Okay. Okay, well. So I guess I just have to start getting ready to head out. Good luck with the art. Thanks. Thanks for dropping by, Sally. I appreciate it. Okay. Okay. Just do this. Connected only, please. That should help. Yeah, something like that. Okay. Look at that. Okay. Select. Linked flat faces. Okay, well that's no good. Select flat smooth. Coplanar. Okay, with a okay. Now I just wish threshold up. Oh, okay. All right, Corp middies. What are we doing here? No, that's it. Okay, we're back. That'll do it. Probably. Yeah, we should just be able to... Oh boy, those normals. Okay. Okay, well, let's see. Maybe we can just... Sharp. Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, that's not terrible. Okay. Okay, nice. Nice-ish. The normals are still, you know. The normals are still doing whatever the fresh fuck they want to do. You know, with all the joys that that brings. What in the goddamn hell happened to here, though? Okay, that's not great. Okay. We really don't need that much. Whoa, Jesus Christ. Okay. That's fine, probably. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's a little weird. Not gonna lie. Don't know what's going on with these normals here. Okay, something weird's going on here. Well, I figured out what it was fairly quickly. Oh, Christ, and of course these merged. And we got really lucky with that not merging. Okay. So now it's functional. That's good. It's good when it functions, goddammit. We'll take what we can get. I'll tell you that for free. Sharp. Alright. Well, it's not ideal, but, you know, it's working. Okay, we've only spent an hour and a half making this. Just about. It'll be fine, probably. It'll probably be fine. Okay. Sure enough. Yeah, it looks good to me. Naturally, this bit looks a little bit off. I'll have to see what we can do about that. Okay. All right. So now it's just a matter of these normals in specific being a little bit wacky. So like if I hit mark sharp, will you be more normal? No, you will look worse. Okay. That's good to know. Nope, that still looks bad. Yeah, it's just these normals don't want to behave. I'm going to say that there's an N-gon somewhere or something. No. The 3-gon is nowhere. Oh, no, never mind. Here's the 5-gons that are doing that. No, that's on me. That's on me, gang. Yeah, no, I made those 5 poles. Those are gonna do it. Yeah, no, those are gonna do it. Big style. Big style, though. Ugh. Oh, God, here we go. Wow. No, yeah, I fucked this up. That's Majesco. I really shit the bed. Impressive. Yeah, no. You can't unfuck that easy. Check it out. Select all by trait. Pole count. Type not equal to 4. Yeah. Yeah, you see all that shit? The 3 poles are well behaved. The 3 poles are well behaved. The 5 poles, though? No, they're not feeling it. They're not feeling the familial spirit. They don't want none of that. They want absolutely none to do with that. Bit of a problem for me, I think. Yeah, no, bit of a problem for me. Well... Oh, the best part is, it's not even like it's a connected faces thing. Ah, boy, geometry puzzles ahoy. Yeah. Yeah, that ought to be something. I should have learned. I mean, it's not even causing a problem over here. It's just over here. Which does give me a vain fool's hope that I can fix it. And here's what I'm thinking, right? Here's what I'm thinking. Will it work? Oh, almost certainly not. Oh, yeah, that's fucking hideous. Holy shit, it's been a minute. It's been a minute, man. I was like, why don't we do this more often? Answer, that. That right there is why we don't do this specific way of insetting things, and why in general insets are scary. Insets are scary because the 5-gons. But the problem is localized here, so with a little bit of extra geometry, maybe, just maybe, we can eke out a win against our own stupid fucking mistakes. We'll see, folks. We'll see. I've got nothing but a gas tank full of anxiety on this one. Yeah. I was like, damn, that shading's fucked up. And I'm like, oh yeah, let's check the poles. Oh, the poles are fucked. Oh, no wonder. In conclusion, try not to do this. Try not to do it like this. There's almost never any reason for it to be like this. No real reason for it to be this way. Oh, well, there's always an easy solution. There's always an easy solution, you know? Oh, yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, that didn't do horrible. But it didn't fix my... Okay, no. This will work if I can not be brain dead about it, which is, you know, easier said than done, I guess would be my way about it. But yeah, the basic idea is we need to control the edge so that the end-gon is no longer taking point. And to do that, we need, you know, we need some rather carefully well-positioned guys. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Yeah. See, these are the very good containment loops. They just get the job done. These containment loops, not so much. The job remains a little unfinished. The containment is not, how would you say it? Good. It's not good containment, no. So you just gotta work with it, you know? But yeah. Yeah, we'll see about this. Okay. In conclusion, always symmetrize. Even when you don't think you need to symmetrize, just symmetrize. Just always symmetrize. Everything needs to be mirrored. Everything needs to be mirrored. I mean, without exception. You don't want to be caught lacking. You don't want to be caught lacking, and you will be caught lacking if you do it wrong. But yeah, in conclusion, just control your edge loops. Just it's gonna be the best we can do, you know? Okay. SY0. And it helped. Is it perfect? God, no. God, no, it's not perfect. Is it better? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think you could say so. As long as we're not doing any shots from up here, it ought to be fine. It ought to be fine. Anyways, let's just unhide all this, and there we go. Alright. Why are you... Yeah, because I unhid everything. Alright, Lux. Well, there's much of you. There's some bits of you. So, everything's not terrible yet. Mark you me, we still have problems, don't we? Yeah, we still have problems. There'll be interesting problems to tackle, I'll tell you that for free. But, yeah, a subdivided cube might just get me to where I need to go here. We'll find out, won't we? Because, see, here's the thing. We need to make it so that it obeys both of these perspectives. Now, if we want to make it obey both of these perspectives, our best bet is this is an inner flat face. This is rounded off. Okay? So, to a certain extent, you could make the case, not without cause, we ought to actually be focusing our search. Okay, yeah. Yeah, this should be good. Not in the Knox collection, please. Okay. Upper leg.L. Yeah, that ought to be fine. Okay. This is an interesting one because it's the first one that we get with any kind of taper. Then we've also got this perspective right here. So you could argue that it's just straight conical all the way. And we've got a flat here, like just rectangular, which, to be fair, does soothe certain things for me. Yeah, now we're in it. Now we're actually in it. Okay, interesting. So this is interesting because it implies that this is not visible from here. That this right here is overlapped by this looking up. So we'll have to take that into account. Yeah, this one's gonna be an actual challenge here. Looking forward to it. We've got, I mean, none quads, which is nice. Honestly, we might try with a subdivided cube first. We know we've got... Yeah, we've got a complicated shape here. Don't get it twisted. This one's actually complicated. We're talking about a bevel here. We're talking about like a flat, almost like a race. Like, have you ever seen those race cars? Those like balsa wood race cars that you make, and then the guy whose dad works at Lockheed Martin takes the crown every time? One of them, basically, right? We got one of them going on. Which means that in general, I think we're off to a bad start here. I shouldn't have beveled this one. Yeah, no, we're keeping this bad boy like this for a little bit. Okay. Yeah, no, and then we're just gonna do like this. Yoop. Yoop. Uh-huh, and yoop. Okay. One of the ideal shapes right here. Okay. Very good. Okay. Well. This does take a little bit of practice to okay. Whatever. There's a way to do the transform pivot point, which is not really optional for what we're doing right now. No, the way we are choosing to deal with this problem is... Oh, ain't that interesting? Okay, interesting. Interesting to say the least. Yeah, this is one of those situations where damn, this track goes actually insane. Hats off to Corp as usual, like, god damn. good we're still hitting new tracks. Okay, so I think for this one we're actually going to use the subsurf, crazy as it is. Yeah, some might consider this a little premature, but I don't see a way around it. We're also going to need to add an bevel modifier, and it's going to have to be one of them fancy bevel mods. Limit method. Bevel weights. Alright, cool. This ought to do it. This ought to give me about exactly what I need. Okay, as I understand it, you need 2 segments for this kind of work. Yeah. Then, oh god. Okay, yeah, sure, that'll work. Okay, yeah, well. This is a nice little cage that you can use, you know? Okay. Honestly, not bad, not bad. Huh? What is the name of this track? This track goes insane. The Crumbling Edge, featuring L-Pad. What the fuck? This thing's majestic. I love it. How the fuck did I miss this during all these streams? I'm so glad I did, though. Gosh. Corpse midis are crazy. One Lemon Cake 1 says hello. Hello, Lemon Cake. Hope you're doing well. shape hints we can get from this thing? Yeah, at least in theory. Oh, there's some sort of sharp angle along the bottom as well. We know that much. Yeah. Okay, we'll probably want to taper here. I actually need to shade this thing smooth to actually see what I'm doing. We need to hide the Lux wrap so that we can see this thing as a leg in the first place. Okay. We know that the general outer shape is right. What about the center shape? And the Knox ref, yeah. We could definitely make the case that that has to be marked sharp as well. Okay. Does that make sense? I don't know about that, no. That's more or less fine. I'm getting some weirdness here. Can't deny that. But it does seem more or less fine. Tension building music, you know? Okay. It's not terrible, no. Might just work. Yeah, the main problem here is just how pointy that is, which we can just about fix. Okay. Alright, no, that's not terrible. No, I don't think it is. I think that was about the appropriate solution for this one. Well... Speaking of pointy... Yeah, I think we just gotta bring this one back. Yeah, no, I think we could bring the legs out even further. Okay, I don't know. That's very leg-like. Yeah, that's about the right shape, I would say. I would say this is a shape that is not horrendous. Nope. No, that's not bad. Okay, cool. And let's just check that Lux ref, make sure I haven't ruined anything. No, that's fairly on point. Fairly on point. Not going bad. Not going bad at all. Crazy to think about the fact that we've got just an actual factual, like, yeah, angled leg piece here. There's some kind of internecine. This is one of the bits that I'm least confident about. But we'll see. As usual, Subsurf gets the goods. Who could have guessed? You don't need much more than a subdivision surface and a shade smooth, and you've got gravy. But don't ask me why it's Z-fighting like that. I don't know what that's about. Well, actually, I know how to fix that at least. Select. Flat faces, yeah. We'll just shove that back, and that should be just fine. No more Z-fighting. I said no more Z-fighting. Don't you do me like this. Well, whatever. It should be fine. Until you get to here, and then it's not fine. Oh, I know why. It's because of this. Yeah, I bet you the Z-fighting is with that. Okay. Okay, so I guess we're gonna have to give it an object color then, huh? Okay, no problem. Object color, if you would, just toss me a yellow. In fact, this yellow, please. Now, if you would, just toss me, okay. This at least should be a little easier to follow for me now. Yeah, that's nice and easy. Nice and easy lemon squeezy, alright? Not a major issue, no. This is an interesting one. No depth information is conveyed by this. Oh, looks like we're out of... We broke out of the 30-minute mega song, so... Yeah. If you'll all pardon me, I've got to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Thank you for your patience. BRB. Alright everybody, I'm back. Thank you all so much for your patience. Let's carry on. Yeah, no, that's not terrible. No, not at all. Looks just about right. How smooth? Yeah, that shade smooth look nice. Yep. You need like a ball and socket joint type of action here, I think. We need an unusual little pivot. Ball and socket joints are really harder to make than you would think. Rabbit says, hello, good morning. Hey there, welcome to the stream. We're out here suffering for our art. Not too badly, though. What these cylindrical elements are meant to convey? That's a good question, actually. In general, that's a... huh. An interesting little configuration there. I can impose some kind of... huh. Yeah, I guess I can impose some kind of meaning onto it. I guess I'll have to impose some kind of meaning on it sooner than later, but we're probably getting ahead of ourselves. Okay. We'll do cursor to selection here. Okay. I will do it. Oh, so this, ne? We don't know how much by. Huh, interesting. Okay. Typically we would associate something like this with a taper that is more or less equal on something like that, let's say. Okay. Let's hit that Catmull Clark. Symmetries across the X, assuming you don't freak out on me. not freak out on me yet. This is within your capabilities to figure out. Okay. Good. Okay, yeah. Gonna be a little wacky at first, I'm sure. Okay. The sphere, please. Alright. Yeah, I think whatever gentle taper we proceed from should be extended across all dimensions. Okay. Oh god, I really messed that up, huh? What is it, Control Tab? No. Alt-Tab will do something else, so we don't want that one. Okay. I guess for now we'll just do... it says, I was gonna ask, how do you listen to the chord MIDIs? I landed on using Foobar Decay with a plugin and adjusting the settings a lot. Windows Media Player Legacy. They figured that Windows Media Player, the new version, didn't need to have the same features as the Legacy version. After all, the Legacy version's icky and gross. But it can also just play MIDIs just fine. You know. Thing which I guess Microsoft thinks you don't need. I personally do need it though, so, you know. That's that on that, Microsoft. Rabbit says, incredible, incredible. Yeah, but yeah, no, I just use Legacy. It works just fine for my purposes. Things like that are gonna get weirder and weirder, unfortunately. I hear the tracker music's and tracker community's in a bit of a crisis lately because the tracker music that they would want to work does not. Bit of a problem, I would say. Let's see. Give me a bevel, please. Bevel up here, thank you. And we'll use the vertex group method. Or, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that'll work just fine, I think. Remarkably shapely there. Okay. We want something that gets squared off towards the end, so the extent to which it is spherical will change with time. Okay, let's move. Interesting. I'm not even sure if I should use this method for this part. I hate to say it. Like, this method mostly clears, but when it comes to this specific bit right here, we end up having troubles. I almost want to go with a Boolean, but Jesus, that would be a bit of a nightmare, to say the least. Yeah, the Boolean situation would be a little unpleasant, to say the least. That might be the best way to deal with it. Because, yeah, we have this whole awkwardness over here. I suppose one possibility, right, is to add yet another subdivision. We'll see about that. Worth an experiment, given the cost if we mess it up, but, you know. Okay. Yeah, we'll see about all that. Okay, well, it's not perfect, but, you know, it is improving the situation somewhat. Okay. The real situation is going to reveal itself properly soon. And at that point, we're going to know. Shifty. Yeah. Oh, that's... Right. 2 segments, please. Oh, yeah, that doesn't look great. No, good God, does it not? Okay. Okay, well, I don't know why they went to normal now, but whatever, I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take it. Okay, well, so far so good. Till out of nowhere, it's a little pants. And like, width just doesn't matter. Bevel segments doesn't matter. You would be forgiven for thinking nothing matters, frankly. Yeah, the shading is certainly not the best I've ever seen. I'll tell you that for free. No, it really ain't. And the real question is manual cleanup practical in any respect? What's causing the problems? Guess we'll find out soon enough. Let's see. Select. I see. Yeah, this would cause a problem. This 3-pole could be responsible for some of this. Less of it that makes any goddamn sense, though, is the problem. Like, yeah, no, that doesn't... Oof. That's not where the shading issues are. The shading issues are all over here. And it's just like, oh, no, this is fine. What in God's name? Alright, well... We should save, because we have not saved yet. Save Blender file. DuckTales, help me. I mean, this is almost good. We still get all kinds of weirdness, but this is just about what I... well... Can't stress enough, we still get all kinds of weirdness. Okay, well, it's certainly something. I would say it's even potentially a strong base to start on, depending on what the geometry ends up actually looking like underneath in there. Guess we're gonna have to explore that ourselves. I hate to think about it in these terms, but it really does seem like a situation where I'm just gonna have to go in there and check out what the normals are like. Sucks to suck, but it is what it is. Yeah, well, we'll see about that, won't we? We sure will. Yeah. I've got another bright idea to make my life potentially much harder. Okay. That'll do it. Okay. Okay. Let's see how this ends up going for me. Okay, all this I'm gonna apply to a vertex group called shrink wrap. Okay. We'll assign that to shrink wrap, and then we'll go Oh, cool. I didn't actually assign, did I? I just made it. That's Common L. Common L. Commonality. Sure. Look at that. Very interesting. Okay. So, target normal project. No, that wouldn't do Sure enough, it was a way to make my life harder. For near to no appreciable gain. I really am just winning every day. I mean, the appreciable gain is going to be later, potentially. Gives her a little bit more flexibility in the animation stage, hypothetically. But you know, I gotta pay the price for it now. Yeah, it gives her the ability to pivot at least a little bit. That's gotta be something. That's gotta amount to something. Interesting how this makes a gap. It's not quite the gap that we would want. Why? Well, I have no idea. On surface. Okay, that's an interesting look for sure. Yeah, so if we could just fix the geometry a little bit, maybe it wouldn't be terrible. I know that the geometry generated by this method can be a little bit jank. I can't deny that, you know. I'm a little scared of it, you know. But maybe it'll work. Maybe it'll go. We can hope, right? Vain hope, fool's hope, you know. Okay. Don't know why you started doing that. Don't recall asking you to do that. I see. Kinda wish I didn't. That sure is some geometry you've got going on there. You know, it says Control Z, unsee. Yeah. Good lord. I have a lot of questions, not a lot of answers here. Well, this is where the issue is. It's just a nice, convenient mesh right up until here, and then it's not good. It's not good. What am I seeing, though? Let's see. Maybe this will help me. Pulls by count. Interesting. So that would make that a 3-pull then? And yet, bizarrely, not where the problem is. As usual. 3 pulls, maximally well behaved. This, on the other hand... yeah, disaster. You would think that a quad would be fine. And you would think wrong, because I'm fairly sure something's going on here. Yeah, there's a circumstance here. Yeah, some folks, there sure be a circumstance here. How exactly you fix it? Well, ain't that just one of life's big mysteries? The thing about 5 pulls is that they're well-behaved in relatively small confines. Here, no, I mean... okay. Whoa, okay. No, whatever happened to here, not correct. Whatever that was, no. Yeah, it looks even better now. We've done it. We did it, Patrick. We saved the city. We really just... yeah, here's the problem, you know? Here's the situation that's a problem. We know that it's going to be obscured. We could have a shading disaster somewhere inside the socket joint itself. Good luck moving that without problems, though. Oh yeah, we're gonna get real wacky with it. So I probably shouldn't be doing it this way. Ooh. Yeah, come to think of it, we should... Yeah, we should fix all these up. Okay, fix all these back up. Then, Craigie says, try to get a straight edge towards the crease. If there's a try just away from the edge, it's not a disaster. Straight edge towards the crease. I mean, I think I know what you mean, kind of. Because it's like, right now, I mean... We'd almost want to, like, inset it, you know what I'm saying? Like... Yeah, which is why I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do, which, by the way, why are you in Knox? You should just be here. Pelvis.A, okay? Then we'll duplicate that. Not ideal. Pelvis.B. Okay. Then we will, no shrink wrap. Pelvis.A, please. What in God's name? He says you have two edges and end on a vertex on the crease. That's what makes the artifacts. Two edges end on a vertex on the crease. What in God's name? Why are you being so weird? Pelvis.A, please hide for a second. Project. Sweet Jesus Christ. How happy I would be if you wouldn't be weird about it. Nearest vertex, perhaps? Okay. We got no suffix points either, so you explain to me why it's eating shit. I thought I had something going here. No. No, it really doesn't want to do that. Okay. Whatever. We've at least got a spare. So yeah. We have two edges end on a vertex on the crease. Yep. Sure enough. So what we want instead, in theory, let's try to make that one edge. Well, naive method, end gone. I mean, it's better, but it's obviously fucked. Yeah, we just want to make one. So that's the easiest way. What if we were to just bevel vertex? Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright. Could the relax add-on maybe help? Not sure maybe what it does, but I had to deal with something when I was programming a thing a long time ago. Well, not as such. The problem is the shading... The algorithm that computes smooth shading across the polygons has certain assumptions that it likes to make. Certain simplifying assumptions. And when those assumptions go awry, it shits itself. So as you can see, relax does nothing here. What we need to do is, as Cryogi says, just... Sure, annotate. Yeah, I'll forget how is to make it so that this is happening instead. So the most normal way to do that is to just make it a, you know... Oh, cool annotation, thank you. What the fuck? I forget how we deleted these bastards anyway. Clear annotation. Oh, yeah. Just remove this bad boy. Okay. This is need to select more vertices for relax? Nah, it doesn't do that. Relax just, like, it has a certain tortuosity value for certain vertex points, and it spaces them out to relieve that sort of quote-unquote tension. So, like, if I bunched up a bunch of these guys here, then it would do that. But... let's see. Placement? No. Surface, please. What we actually need, as it were, is here and here. This kind of situation. So it is a geometry puzzle at the end of the day. Like I said, the naive option, merge at center, causes that to happen. Which a naive reading will tell you is not right. Not right at all. It's not as disastrous as it could be, but a 6-pole is never the right option, you know? Not anything that's a 6-pole... can probably be fixed somehow. In theory, we want to reduce this to a try, but I forget how. Also, annotation, you've outlived your usefulness. There we go. Okay. So yeah, I mean, it's remarkable how I mean, no, you can see it. You can actually see it. So, not ideal. Not ideal. Let's see. Try to get a straight edge on toward the crease. There's a try just away from the edge. It's not a disaster. Yeah. That's what we're hoping for. Instead, we've got this. The majesty of which is how I end up getting myself stun locked for hours at a time. No. No, you don't. It's just this bit, you know? The creation of poles. Because yeah, I do agree that a single try wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but we're not dealing with a single try, we're dealing with a 6-pole. Which is really not great. As you can see plainly by evidence, it really is no different. just gotta... And the problem is, all the shrink wrap modifiers that I would usually do for this kind of thing don't really... aren't really doing their thing. Makes my life harder than I would wish it to be. What the hell? Yeah, route method project just won't... Oh god. Oh god, I've hit the bad... I've hit the too many subdivisions button. Yeah. No, Blender didn't like that. Oops. Luckily I saved before I did all this nonsense, so I can just crash and then load. Much preferred. Never hit the too many subdivisions button, or that'll happen. Yeah. No goddamn idea why you're... Elvis, yeah. Just look at that. It has to do with this. And fixing the topology problem from here might be a better idea. Okay. This ought to be an interesting situation. Let's see what it does. Yeah, it didn't like that. That's okay. I didn't like it either. Okay. Well, that's all kinds of scuffed. But hopefully making it a simpler problem will make my brain suddenly recognize what I actually need to do. It's, low odds, but, you know. Okay, it's not really better yet. I mean, it's a little better. The artifacts have definitely diminished in intensity. But it's not what I would call a victory, no. No, it really isn't. Of course, there is the possibility where we do this. Let's see what happens if we do this stupid garbage. Posters hockey, random bullshit go. Fucking A, did that work? Holy shit, I think it did. Posters hockey, random bullshit go. It really did just give me what I wanted. Like, okay, it's a little bit sharp. We can probably live with that. You know, it says, did you magic it? I feel like I actually fucking magicked it a little bit. I certainly gathered it a little bit. Like, yeah, it's a little sharp, but no, that inset, really. That seems to have dealt with the shading error. Yeah, sure, this section's a little bit bunched up. There's a little bit of a crease here. Not ideal, but, you know, you could just see, this is what the relax button does. See? It just spaces them out a little bit. Yeah, that's not so bad. You know, it says it'll be covered by the leg. Exactly. But yeah, relax button. Very useful. Space, slightly different. For certain circumstances, relax is better. But yeah, no, that kinda works. Holy shit. We're gonna call that a fat dub. Holy shit. In conclusion, the subdivision works. And it says, wait, relax actually did it? No, it just helped a little bit with making the interior of the socket not so bad. Relax itself wasn't the solution, but it did help space this out a little bit more equitably. Just as a little bit of post-process, you understand. Okay. Sure enough, it ain't terrible. God damn. Is this Coffin Nails? This is Coffin Nails. This is a Coffin Nails remix. I mean, I don't mind. Alright. I mean... Well, it looks better. Definitely not noticeable until you're up close, except for whatever's going on here. Yeah, a bit of a false alarm, actually. Yeah, we're still trapped in artifact hell. God damn it. Still. Okay, so the problem remains the same, more or less. Except... Remarkably, the pull of a million faces made things less bad. Still not great, still like a smudge, but by comparison, just substantially better behaved. Now, if we had this part of the torso moving around too much, oh, that wouldn't stay that way for long. No, it really wouldn't. Good lord, though. You'd be surprised. Well, here's a 3-pull. Look at that! Yeah, interesting. So yeah, if we could just link up this with this, it would be just dandy. This doesn't need to exist. Alright, like in theory you could 4-pull this. Once you do that, then this becomes a 6-pull, so you don't want that. No. You need to start merging some other stuff. I suppose, in theory, you could... Well, so far so not terrible. I don't think we can just cut our way out of this, but not for lack of goddamn trying, I'll tell you that for free. That would make these 5 gons. That's no good. No, those would be 4s. But something's not right. I don't know what. Oh, that's a 5 pull. That's what's not... Yeah, no, that's fucked. That's fucked is what that is. So no, this is as nice as we're gonna get it. It's a bit smudged. It's a bit smudged. It's not ideal, but given the circumstances, compared to that, yeah, we can paper that over, I think. Good lord. It's frustrating, though, because it's... yeah, it's just... It's almost there. It's almost there. But oh well, that's what happens when you... Does that do it? Yeah, kind of, remarkably. That seems more than just a little bit wrong. Ah, that would be why. Theory, then you should be able to merge this. And then just knife across. Right? Right? Hypothetically, anyways. No, not quite. Oh my... What? How did I fuck this up? I don't know. I really am a pro at fucking this shit up. Really is as simple as anything else, you know? You've got this, recreated over here. How hard could it be? Brutal, as it turns out. For reasons unknown. Merge its center, right? Okay, well, here's this, right? At least in theory, you can knife across here. Knife across here. Right? It's 2 tries. What did I fucking do? How am I managing this? How am I accomplishing this shit? This is almost the exact opposite of what we got over there. It really is impressive. You know, it says uninstall Blender and start from scratch. Yeah, something like that. Okay, let's just undo snapping real quick. Okay, got a nice 5 gone there. We can get that 5 gone, I think. Okay. Yeah, at least in theory all you need to do is cut to here, cut to here. Right. Well, we're getting closer now. We just need to not have it be this way. Yeah, this should be easy to clear. Okay. Okay, we got My Little Pony. Corp really pulling out the bangers tonight. Cool. Now I just need to remember what exactly it is that I did. You know, it says when a mesh pwns you, My Little Pony. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I just did it. I'll just have to remember how to do it one more time. 2 more times. Let's see about this. Merge at center of what? What are you even doing back there? Almost, but not quite. That's the problem. Always almost, but not quite. Well, actually, I think this time I got it. It's just slightly different. You should be able to make it... Well, no, it's more and slightly different. Yeah, that's not what you want. God damn, I don't know why I'm finding this so difficult to do. Like, the ingredients are all here. Well, except for one, it looks like. Okay. Gas Steffers, are there any artifacts anymore? Well, yeah, here. This guy. We're trying to unfuck that. There are artifacts. Like, it's not easy to tell, but this is a shading artifact. It's just a very slight one. And it depends on your angle. Which, like, right here you can see it. Yeah, actually, it's fucking problematic, come to think of it. Huh. Yeah, no, there's a shading artifact, alright. It's just only viewable from the angle that this is most likely to be viewed from. Shit. Yeah, no, there's actual artifacts. Fuck. Oh, man. That sucks. I was like, wait a minute. This is a 3'4" little golem. How are we going to be looking at it? We're going to be looking at her from down here. At which point, everything that I've been working towards falls to shit. Brilliant. Okay. It says, when you're holding on heart, hope that they're just artifiction, but it turns out they're artifacts. Oh yeah, they're artifacts, alright. It says, okay, I would just remake it / retop out from the ground up. You've now found a pitfall, learn from it. Draw out the flow of the should be with what you learned. Yeah, it's a good idea. Though I do want to, like, figure out why I'm having such a hard time parsing this mesh. It's not that fucking deep. It's not that fucking deep. I don't get it. I'm just cutting my way through this fucking thing and fucking up at every possible turn, you know? Why? How have I managed this multiple times? Okay, 4. There's no 5 here. It's just straight. It's a straight shot. What am I doing? How did I manage this? Okay. Why? Yeah, it's a mystery. It's a mystery to everyone. And it says, time to make it goodly. Oh yeah, just about. Just about. I mean, it's not the hardest thing in the world. I mean, this is the most good side, if you want to call it that. I'm not sure I do, but, you know. All we have to do, right, is grab every vertex. And just start over. Okay. Sure, that should be fine. 3 vertices. Alright. Carvey says, you have 3 poles in the front, a 6 pole and 2 3 poles, which should be straight quad faces. Yeah. Yeah, all that sounds about right. And it says, so what you're saying is that Blender thought it was still Pride Month and didn't make straight quad faces. Something like that. It's Topology Wrath Month, that much is for certain. Alright, well, let's think about this, schematically. This is all good, really. Who says, yeah, it's a Pride after party and it got messy. Something like that. We're just gonna very carefully say that everything we need a, yeah. I'm gonna say that the problem area is basically just here. We're just gonna say that because we can. Yeah, that'll probably be okay. Oh, this is probably fine. Okay. So, you know, I could see there being certain problems here. It says can't have shading artifacts if there's no mesh to shade. It's step one. Step one, I'll tell you that for free. Alright, muscle memory, what do you got for me? Well, this is certainly a decision I've made here. It'll be fine, I'm sure. So how many exactly have we got here? Yeah, this is a pretty good track. In retrospect, this whole thing's fucked up. Yeah, it'll be fine. Oh, cool. We can't. Well. Yeah, no. The main problem I was having was the contouring was all wrong. So we do have to do the retopology thing like proper. Which is fine. It's a modifier stack after all. It's just as simple as mesh tools. Write them now. Yeah, the main problem that I have is that you lose information when you do it this way. If If we had a... God, what the hell was it that I used to use? It was, extension, add-ons, yeah, what was it? T-Landscape, PVH format. B-Surfaces, GPL edition? Yeah, it was B-Surfaces. What the hell did I do with B-Surfaces exactly? Because, yeah, that's all we need to do. How does B-Surfaces work again? B-Surfaces GPL edition. Great, I don't remember. Cool. Well, whatever. We'll get it fixed. Yeah, simplest way, unusually, is just to not save. Just don't save. Fuck it. Don't save. Go back to this, which is a little fucked up, but not too much. And see what you can do. But other than that... yeah, let's see. Right. What did I do to quote-unquote fix this? Very simple, really. Interesting. Yeah, we'll have to deal with that. So everything's good right up until here, and then everything's not that. Everything's not that thing that I just said. What's the easiest way to fix that? Well, new vertex here, I think. Sure enough. Do we even have... No, we don't have artifacts once we do that. That's how you re-topo. That's how you retopo this kind of thing. Sure enough. Look at all that. That is now functional. Yeah, it doesn't get weird anymore. I don't see... well... there's artifacts, but they're on this side. You know, it says retopo the morning to you or something. Something like that. Okay, so at least in theory, we can just... fix this one. And then there's actually no more artifacts this time, in theory. Actually, factually, no more artifacts this time? Everything was going so well until it wasn't. Yeah, everything was going really well, and then suddenly shit the bed. No, bed status is still shitted. Okay, interesting. I mean, I could tell you why right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's what you would want. At least in theory. 2 edges, you know? Okay. This is definitely scuffed. That'll do it. Okay. So it must look like a crackhead doing this, but I do believe that I actually am onto something here. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I see a suspiciously low number of artifacts this time. I think I might actually be onto something. Fuck. The most dangerous part of anything. is when you might actually be onto something. Shit. Okay, let's try not to fuck this up. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. I mean, you fuck this up, or you unfuck this just by... Do we even need to do any of that? I don't know. We may not have to, because again, well, there is an artifact situation there. Damn it. Okay, fine. Okay, interesting. We definitely got glitches over here. Alright, well, that doesn't look goddamn terrible at all. No, I actually don't spot any artifacts. I think I may have actually re-topoed it. Somewhat, yeah. Mind you. I mean, even that's fine. It's about the same re-topo level as everything else, in fact. A little bit more, but nothing too crazy, no. No, that's not goddamn crazy at all. I think it worked. I think we did it. I actually don't see a problem here. I am looking respectful. I am looking closely. What are we thinking? Yeah, it's looking good. I think we did it. I think it actually happened this time, for real. It took some doing, but so far as I can see, we actually did it this time. So that's good. It's good when you manage to actually do it instead of not do it. Yeah, no. Look at that. Yep, that seems fine to me. I guess you could say, like, this punches up a little bit. Like, at that point, it's not the regular kind of artifact, but, you know. You know, it says, just make it good instead of bad. Oldest trick in the book. You're not even wrong. You're not even wrong. If you want to fly too close to the sun, once you've already got it good, go back in and try to make it perfect. Perfection is not attainable, but in a mesh like this, yeah, it is, kind of. Just do that, and suddenly, boom. No end gone whatsoever. You know, it says you saved, so there's nothing to lose. True. Like, okay, 22,000 tries. Probably too many tries. 16,000 tries. Reasonable amount of tries. Yeah, it's a little bit... I don't know. Oh, right. Shade smooth, please. Okay, smoothened. Not bad. Okay. Well, let's try to get less weird with it now. So that was a nice little detour. Still, it was instructive, suffice it to say. I learned a little bit more about this subdivision workflow that I'm using. Suffice it to say, if you know what you're doing, more or less, things don't get to be as weird as they... Things don't get as weird as they occasionally got. Everything seems fine. If you know how to sub-D, a sub-D workflow can actually be very good for topology, because there's less visual clutter. It can be easier to find the spots and the loops where everything goes together. You just need to actually do that with a knife, and then, lo and behold, you get decent topology. Crazy, I know. I mean, shit, how long did it take me to get to this point? The answer's a fucking long time, I tell you that for free. Anyways, Yeah, you went right back into Knox's again. And I bet you once I start working on Knox, for some reason it'll go into Lux's collection. That's just how this works, for some reason. Okay. Should be right around here. But the beautiful part is, here we don't need to do anything nearly as wacky as we did last time. We just got this weird cheese appendage, that's pretty much it. Like, there's a little bit of taper to it, I suppose. Not too much, either. Yeah, well, we got just a little bit of taper. Nothing crazy. Just about there, yes. Okay. Okay. About there. I suppose we can, in theory, just ever so slightly move this back somewhat. Yeah. You could interpret that as perspective from that. Yeah, I suppose you could do that thing that I just said. In theory, if you wanted to push the proportions a little bit, that feels about right to me. Very good, yes. And we've got this knee piece that does God only knows what exactly. Okay. When it comes to actually getting to the feet of Lux here, things get a little bit weird. Just a little bit odd. Yeah, things get a little bit dimensionally, bizarre? Bizarre. Yeah, I would say bizarre. We understand that her feet are flush, so we're dealing with cylinders that aren't cylinders. I guess the way that I would describe my understanding is A, incomplete, but B, can I even get a cylinder to do what I'm seeing here? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know that I can, but I'll give it my best shot. Okay, we'll do a cylinder here. Got it. Alright. The way that I would describe it is I think the cap here is just delete faces for now. Dissolve faces, delete face, delete face. Okay. Then we'll go to the bottommost one, yeah. Then we'll rip. Yep, okay, good. Sure, something like this. Yeah. There's gonna be a little jank, but nothing for it. Christ, I am fried, huh? Yep, that's fried. Yeah, so, And it says, I step away to blow my nose and everything goes south. Yeah, don't worry about it. Well, everything was going well, it's just I forgot how to... Yeah. You know? It is both as simple and as complicated as, I mean, hell, let's just... This is, to be honest, the feet on the left drawing almost look like some MC Escher-ass thing. It goes from circle to not circle with a perfectly straight line. Yeah, I don't disagree with the Escher comparison, actually, but I do believe that it is possible to describe, to categorize in some sense. That's kind of what I got stuck on. Let's put it like that. We know that on the outside it's cylindrical, and on the bottom it's like a spade. And that is possible to do. You just have to, you know. Have to do some nonsense like this. Alright. So how many buttons do you got? 15, eh? Well, that's not the ideal number. Well, we can make something a little better. We just have to... let's see. Okay. $19, right? Oh, right, I needed to make it the right number of goddamn... Blah, 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 blah. Okay. So, a cylinder of size 20 vertices should do me just fine for demonstration purposes. Okay. Wait, no. I think I got it this time. Okay. No. Let's, one more attempt. One more gain. Delete faces. Alright. So we need a cylinder of, 32 vertices. Let's say 30 vertices. Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. Okay. Then we need a cylinder of 16. Okay, cool. Okay. Let's say it's 16. Doesn't matter, really. Okay, cool. So we go into edge mode then on this one. Okay, we have selected 16 to 48 verts. We should be good. Okay. 15 to 31. Not great. Oh yeah, that's definitely not great. Okay. Ignore that one. Oh, vertices, alright. So let's see. How many we got? 17. What do you mean? Well, whatever. If you can't win, cheat. Alright, so if you're anything like me, you're looking at this and you're like, yeah, this seems a little untenable. But I don't think I'm wrong. That's the problem. I think I don't quite have it perfectly finished. But I do think it's something like this. Now we just need to shear this guy. Something like that. And This is through sheer willpower. Oh, indeed. You want an Escher-esque? How's that for Escher-esque? Now, obviously, this isn't ideal for a number of reasons. But this is precisely as advertised. Let's put it like that. Now, let's say we put our thumb on the scale a little bit to make this a little bit more functional. Like, practically speaking, it's probably just too... It's probably not this MC Escher nonsense, and it's probably just a semicircle. But, you know. This is as described. This would do it. There's just the problem of, boy, what a scenario, you know? But yeah, if we just made this thing a little bit more oblong. Now, yes, it's also enormous, but don't worry about that element of it. That is academic. Oh, okay. And it says, if that semicircle side was as narrow as the circle side, it would probably be better, maybe. As narrow as the circle. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I mean, if the semicircle side is as narrow as the circle side, this is what it ends. Well, let's see, maybe as deep? We'll give it a shot. Okay. I don't know about that. For a number of reasons, I don't know about that one. You know, it says yike. Yeah, I'll co-sign that analysis. I think that's appropriate. To rhyme with Nike. Yikey. Yeah, that's better. Now, don't get me wrong, we can and will cheat a little bit. Median position for this. Oh, interesting. That's quite a bit more skew than I thought it was, huh? with this one. We do have a weird line here. What? I did not expect the relax loop to work that way, I'll put it like that. Okay. This is a fascinating scenario where no matter what you do, you goddamn lose. I'm impressed, genuinely, somewhat. It's as good as it's gonna get, I think. You're gonna have to get real non-Euclidean with it if you want to get anything else going. If you want to get any other motion going. Says, told you it was Escher ass. Oh no, I don't deny it. It's certainly Escher's. Escher ass in many respects. Yeah, there's no universe in which that is a semicircle profile, I'm sorry. And there's no universe in which that isn't some kind of truncated ellipsoid. Now don't get it twisted. It is well understood in this household that I probably put way more thought into this than is strictly speaking necessary. And it says maybe the non-circle side is like a teardrop shape? Like a circle, but with one right angle? I mean, that certainly is a possibility. But if you're lofting a circle into a teardrop with a flat face, I think what you'll find is that it looks a lot like this already. because, like, it is still a foot, right? And it says true. It's worth contemplating, don't get me wrong. It's definitely a look, I tell you that for free. This is hopefully you can visualize what I'm imagining. Like if you take a circle and then extend two tangents to it that intersect 90 degrees. Take a circle and then extend two tangents to it that intersect 90 degrees. Yeah, I mean, I'll show you. Part of the problem here is not so much the shape itself, it's what we've constructed it out of in terms of edges. By which I mean there should be a few more of them than we have. Let's put it like that. We will yeah, here as usual. Put .L1. Yeah, we can try that. Okay. .32 will be fine. Okay, yeah, sure. So what's a good way to find ones that will intersect at 90 degrees? Oh, right. Let's pretend I didn't ask that. Okay. Alright, get right up on it. And that ought to be perfect. Okay. And it says, yeah, that's it. I was just about to explain with like a clock and 3 and 6 o'clock. Yeah, it could work. Anyways. Now, in order for the shape not to be categorically fucked, let's use the academic terminology here. Okay. We want to have the loft go between the appropriate number, which in here would, in theory, be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, right? Let's see, how many we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, but in theory, just 8. Yeah, we'll see about that. 4 and 4 to a side, let's put it like that. Okay. Okay. To the edges. Alright, let's see. Alright. Here's a 32-agon. That's definitely what it's called. So the problem we have with a 90-degree sort of circumstance, right, is that while it's good in certain respects, it doesn't give our character much footprint to actually step on. And it says, I just realized that can't be it, because in the drawing there's no straight portion. It's true that there's no straight portion. Well, actually, you could parse that as a straight portion if you wanted to, but I tend to agree with you. Our saving grace, as it were, is that we do have this line here. Nina says, eh. I feel that. I feel that. But yeah, it does seem to just go from a semicircle. Another... And It says, if only we could see the inside of the feet. Yeah, it's... Naturally, there's also the hypothetical interpretation where this line is contiguous with this line, but I don't know what the fuck that would indicate. Alternately, we got this all wrong, and it's a spiral. Like a cannelloni of some kind. It's a bit wild, but not the most insane thing I've considered. Like, if you just think about it as like a sort of unspooling roll of toilet paper, if you'll pardon the unkindness of that metaphor, I mean, that's something? And it says, even the direction of the feet with respect to the legs is at your ass. Both legs point left, but the feet point left-right. Yeah, I mean, it's clearly supposed to be like a pigeon-toed thing. Which also implies that there's ankle motion here? There's ankle motion here. You know, it says pigeon-toed. Yeah, perhaps. But yeah. I think that actually the most simple and straightforward way to depict this is as a spiral. Which is not a simple or straightforward way to depict any goddamn thing. But it would make the most sense. That's certainly one possibility. Well, that's an interesting thing you've done there, Loop Tools. What the fuck? Fuck indeed. This is maybe try connecting this teardrop thing to a circle just to see what it looks like. Yeah, ahead of you there. That was a bit of a prep for that. Yeah, another circle ought to do it. No, join, merge. Join. I'm not. Loft. Well, what do you know? It looks about the same. it says, well, slightly more tame, I suppose, but also less faithful to the drawing. Yeah, and it also still requires its own, let's say, fixing, its own doctoring. Which is, you know, problematic in its own way. Like I said, I think the cannelloni strap might just be it. Yeah, like that doesn't quite attain to anything. You'd have to shear it just like I did, at which point it becomes very difficult to discern one from the other. Okay, so here's my concept. Here's my take on it. We'll add a mesh, we'll add a plane, we'll go on edit mode. Sure, that'll work. Here's my take on it, I say, as if I haven't already had multiple takes on it. Let's see, I'm looking for curve, yes? Maybe not. Form, curve, displace, hook, place. Let's see, deform. No, this isn't how you did it. Cast, hook, replacing, deform, lattice, shrink. Simple deform. Okay. Okay. $90, perhaps? That's not quite what I want, no. Why are you being so wacky? Taper? Yeah, no. Stretch. That's not anything. No, it would be bend if bend worked, but bend does not work. Why does bend not work? Do we need to add, Suddenly you're doing some wacky bullshit. I don't even know. What am I fucking looking at? You want to talk about MC Escher? And it says, I was going to chime in with, look, the creator has left the feat ambiguous, conflicting definition in the drawing that gives you license to interpret it however the hell you want. I mean, that's certainly a possibility. What I'd love to know is why Simple Deform seems to have completely fucked the pooch. What the fuck? Graces, I think the more normals are flopped. I mean, we'll flip them. Nah, that wouldn't do it. I mean, this is a plane, so that shouldn't matter. Nah. Offset doesn't do it. I'm not even saying it's a bad option, it's just... I genuinely did not expect Simple Deform to do me like this. Let's put it like that. Okay. Just because I'm too curious now, right? What's going on here? Okay, that's twist. Not too surprised by that, but bend. Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, but I want like a spiral. Well, okay. So that's not, strictly speaking, gonna do it, no. No, that's not going to do it at all. However, I believe curve, Knox, curve spirals, Archimedean. I mean, this is a very weird Archimedean spiral to me. Ah. Okay. Okay, so this might look like I've gone insane, but... when we make the steps like 48... Sure. Then everything from here goes straight into hell. Okay. start to mesh, eh? Okay, what if we did sphere connected only? Okay. Not quite as smooth as I would like it. Okay. Sure. All right. Let's see. hide all those vertices and give me only these vertices. Okay. Very good. I'll hide these vertices. Very good. It's not perfect, but I feel like there's something here. And I have to admit, I personally think I've got a good look here. I've got something going on here that's interesting, to say the least. Whether it's interesting enough to justify all this, well, hey. We don't judge here. Says, that makes sense. The only part now that doesn't work is the bottom edge perfectly connecting to the bottom edge of the circle. There has to be some compromise. Oh, yeah, for sure. The thing is, I haven't gotten to the compromise part yet. Because I do have a plan for that. Or I did have a plan for that. I'm starting to get sleepy, so I'm kind of losing track of what I'm thinking. But my hypothesis is fairly straightforward. It should be fairly easy. It should be fairly easy to get into position. All it'll be is, first of all, all it'll be is actually just shoving a cylinder in there. This is also, I guess the top of the spiral goes above the circle part. Yeah, a little bit. There are certain compromises, but at least this compromise is somewhat visible from, like, once I actually get it going, which, to be fair, I've yet to do, but once I do, basically the idea is just shove a cylinder in there and it'll be fine, right? Rom. It says, I'll have to mute soon. Got a repair guy coming over. Oh, no worries. I think I'm probably about to call it anyways. Let's see, 48-ish? That's too many. 32-ish then? Okay. Solidify, it's a bit thick. this is, I think, as good as it's gonna get. It's not perfect, mind you. Let's see, we can delete probably these several faces. Alright, he says, look, Duffers, I said however the way you want, but this is ludicrous. Where did that come from? JK. Well, you know, I'm going to blame the sleep deprivation and hope that it looks good enough. Let's see what we got. Okay. Turn that O off. Why is everything hidden? What did I do again? Oh, I really messed it up now. In God's name did I do to get this happening? Yeah, cool, I can't. Wow. What did I... I wish I knew which button I hit to do that, so I could hit the other button that does that does the opposite of that. Because, boy, I really miss those. Okay. Do we have the grid floor? Oh, yeah, we do, actually. So that's great. Okay, well... Okay, interesting. I'd love to know what I did here. There it is. Alright. No, there it's not. Oh wait, am I in edit mode for a different part? Why am I... Huh? No, this is even weirder than I thought. Okay, I can see the wireframe for this, not for this. What's going on up there, huh? Oh, it's this. Oh, it's this kind of wireframe. Okay, that would explain why. But I don't remember how to turn that off. So I could really do without it at this point. I can see everything there. I still can't see these lines for some reason. What did I do? Okay, there they are. Still don't know what I did. It won't even let me redo it, so I don't know what I did. I will never know what I did. Oh, okay, cool. Oh yeah, that's good. We like that. Okay. By absolutely no means is it perfect, but is it better than most? Oh, I would say so. I would surely say so. Okay. Alright, look at that. It's not perfect by any means. By no means would I hasten to say that it is perfect, but perhaps it could be improved. Still. Oh, right. Profile shape. Alright, I mean, it's not terrible. here. Yeah, it's not good. Why the shading is wacky as it is. Why that shading doesn't seem right. Okay. I mean, that seems about right. Okay. Alright. Basically, every LPAT collab is this amazing work of unimaginable expressivity. It's really inspiring. Okay. Let's go to object mode, supply all. Okay. Alright. Good enough. Yeah. We're almost done with her. Almost. We just got the arms and hands and sockets and... Good God. Oh, this has been a fruitful 7-hour stream. I think I'm going to call it here, though. I think that for a first crack at it, this is decent progress, and God willing, little Knox ought to not be quite as difficult as his counterpart here. Goodness. Yeah, this one's something else. And to be fair, a lot of this was on me. Like, when you look at this progress, this could have been done in hours. It wasn't, but it could have been. Except for the shoe, really. The wreath topology, that was on me. A lot of this was on me. Be that as it may, though, we got progress done. We got at least a few hours of progress done. That's gotta count for something. But till it does, everybody, I'd like to thank y'all for joining me. Next time, we'll carry on this journey and see where it takes us. But till then, everybody, I hope you all stay safe, and I'll see you around. Bye-bye now.